30-minute overnight levels, especially front sides.
All right. I apologize. Thank you, Kevin. Nobody said anything. I forgot y'all were on mute. I've been talking forever. Thank you for saying that, and I apologize. So thank you. So let's just do a repeat. YouTube hadn't heard a word I've said. We are at the 100-day value area high after leaving the 100-day value area low yesterday. They gave a battle plan long for 100 points. So did you get a piece of that, Kevin? Kevin's a battle plan member. And now we're sitting up here at the top of the value area high. I can't go short here, although that's the proper play, is to look for a short, because the all-time high is just above our heads. The main thing is I'm not interested in going long up here. I know that for sure. So I can't go long up here, and I'm just not going to go short till we do something dramatic or we take the all-time high. And other than that, I am waiting for something juicy. Give me a fat pitch. The move was yesterday. That I can't complain because the mapped out trade won 100 points, whether I was in it or not. You know, it's easy to be upset that you didn't make a dime of that, but I didn't make a dime of it either. And wait for something new. And now I would be interested. Price needs to come down into here for me to have any interest. That's where I'm at right now. That's where the battle plan lives. Well, nice reaction there off the little strong level area. But once again, there's nothing I'm interested in here. So sorry. I wish there was something more exciting to do here. And with no news this week, if they're not going to release any of these news events, gosh, we just might meander like a ship lost at sea with no rudder, which tends to make us be more susceptible to smaller traders. And often it just continues to grind directionally to the north. So I'm looking for us to drop down into this area here. If we do that, well, I might be interested in trading something. In fact, let's go ahead and bring up battle plan 1 here. I'm looking for us to drop into this area here. And then reclaim the strong level that we're working here. Now, if we pushed further down below the strong range and recaptured the half back, that's a long. But what did I say in the battle plan notes last night? Under the speculator special. Did y'all look at the speculator special? Said my eyeballs is going to be on this strong range intently, where if we take that out, that could represent a great short to rotate back towards the value area low. So tricky area here. Tricky area. Remember, we're at the value area high. So this thing pushing in is what it should do. Doesn't mean I have to be short. So this could represent a trade, but I needed to trap some of these traders from yesterday and then ladder back up with a vengeance. So I'll be picky on my long here. I'm not in an area of the chart that I'm that interested in a first ladder long. So hang back and wait. Bulls control. Shorts would be counter, small if at all. Location wise, at the value area high, it's probably better to be entertaining the idea of a short. But bulls control. And how close did we get to the all-time high last night? I'm minorly surprised we didn't get there. 15, 16 points. Jeez. Come on, people. Let's grab the all-time high. To me, it feels like it resets the chart. If you're long from Battle Plan 3 yesterday, you're still long. And as I said in the AM briefing, I would have my stop underneath the strong range. Because we lose this strong range, we're probably coming down. So I would allow...
No level, no trade, period. Make price come to you. No prediction trading. What are the break levels telling you?
I would allow this area to defend price for me. So that's what I see. Let's go take a peek at everybody else. Anybody doing anything crazy? Now, what would be real interesting for Dow is if it gets to 50,000. That would be really interesting to see what happens after that. Let's stop over for a second. Let's take a peek at silver and Bitcoin. Silver's here, having a bit of a ladder up last couple days. What a beautiful reaction here to reclaim. I'd still like to see Bitcoin come down into this area. We can drop to a 3-minute chart. Let's just come into here. Disgusting. Absolutely nothing to do, in my opinion. Beautiful, strong level play. But we're looking for price to drop down into this area and ladder back with a vengeance. No ladder back with a vengeance, no entry for me. Patience, guys. Too bad yesterday I ran 175 points. So low probability today to be in a trade. You got some fresh accounts. Just keep your platform closed. First week of a funded account, have your platform closed. Certainly seems like the type of day that if one and done, one entry and done. So let's be picky. Let's wait. Let's wait for something juicy. And what an awesome end of the day chart yesterday for core strategy. Just gorgeous. So if you're new to the group, you don't have to post your end of the day charts, but man, I strongly encourage you to do them. Very proud of Joe. He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. Post them every day for 3 months, I think. Back and forth battle through the opening. Nothing to do here. NQ has pushed quite a distance from its VWAP. My goodness. Look at NQ coming into its halfback here. My goodness. NQ also had back-to-back halfbacks. So this guy's shooting straight up. This guy's shooting straight down. We got to be careful. Got to be careful. Okay. We're looking for it to push into the green area and then get out of the green area with a vengeance. If this turns into a 15-point candle, no trading. $15 is about there. Got another minute. Let's go back and take a peek at everybody else again. NQ is working its half back now, 2 days of it. Bulls really do not want this to go any lower. Like, that's it. Like, okay, boys, it's time to get responding. So if NQ turns around here with a strong Dow, we might get something. We might get something. We might get something. Still need to push into the green box, in my opinion, and the closer down here, the more I would like it. That's one man's opinion. My goal is to keep us on the right side of price action as much as humanly possible. It's my number one goal. NQ's having a reaction off the halfback, which is expected. Too bad we didn't push lower down. Let me zoom over. If it reclaimed this strong level with a vengeance, I might be interested in something. Can't create a fair value gap either direction on a 3-minute chart. 1 minute left, a little something. Once again, we are still near the top of the value area high. It truly is a better place to look for a short, but that's not going to be my focus here. I want to see us drop into this green box, preferably near the RTH halfback, and jump up like a scared cat. Not looking that great, though. We certainly aren't all on the same train. Looks like complex chop, which we expect after a day with a 150-point move. Guys, I'm going to refresh my coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Strong reaction there. Well, like we said, NQ made it to that halfback, where the Bulls must defend. If it defends aggressively, we might get an entry. Missed the box by just a few points. Filled the gap, even on a 1 minute. Bulls are exerting their dominance, basically where they needed to. Didn't quite make it down into our box. So, you know, you have an interesting choice here. Is that going to be considered good enough? As a possible long into this area here to get the all-time high. Fast price action here on the Dom. You know, will we have jolts at the top of the hour? That is a wild card, apparently. Come over here and take a peek at everybody else again. Nice reaction off the halfback. Still looks strong, still looks strong. RTH is still showing a pattern of laddering down here. It needs to break that with a vengeance. Bit of a little battle here. Evidence of laddering down. As we said, we almost made it into the green zone. It'd be up to you whether or not you wanted to take that trade, or do they need to push it further down. Did not leave this fair value gap open, which you kind of wish they would have just touched here and bounced. NQ is back to its halfback. Nice 1 minute front side there. Are the bulls going to respond here? Remember, we are at value area high. It's a real difficult place to be looking for a long. But if it pushed further down and had a strong reaction, that would give me more confidence here. And let's see if they're going to now go attack this all-time high. Oh, the old slop and chop. Back and forth, back and forth. As we said, NQ's back to challenge and the double halfback. These two guys want to go up. Dow is really close to an all-time high there. My goodness. 0.25%. And we're close to an all-time high too. Let's just judge it from right here. 0.5% basically. So remember, if you don't like the price action at any time when you get into a trade, you can always just exit. Take the gift of break even, manage for a half loss, or just hang on and let it go. At value area high, the proper play is to basically look for a short, but that's hard to do when you haven't tagged the biggest liquidity magnet on the chart. Going long towards the value area high is difficult as well. Just disgusting chop here. Let's see if this thing can finally drop down into the green.
Single prints.
Into the green box. My fear of that little green box is now NQ is losing its halfback with this monster set of single prints, which is typically a pretty easy move. Okay. So danger zone here. All right. So we finally touched the box, at least. I'd prefer it to do a little bit more of a push here. And NQ losing that, though, man, that's a problem. That's a problem. Come on, push down in the box. And then let's pop out of it with strength. Pop out of it with strength. This becomes a 15-point candle. Careful. Where's 15? About there. Cool. As I said, if this is going to be the tricky area, because below here, I think we accelerate the move to the south. So kind of last stand for the bulls in this area, in my humble opinion. NQ losing that halfback is a problem. See if he wants to take back all the single prints. Goes there. And then ES has the exact same thing. Big old set of single prints from the A period. Almost became a 15-point candle. Okay, now we are in the box, so we're looking for an aggressive ladder out of here if we're going to get it. We know that NQ is vomiting. So NQ's got to lead the way here. How much more will NQ push down? We're coming towards our halfback. If you're wanting a greedy knife catch type of trade, it would exist in here. The value area high is doing what value area highs typically do. It's difficult for it to break out of there. And we're coming into. So 77 to 75 is the strong range here. See what happens when we get down to it. Remember, NQ has this big set of singles. This thing could just keep going. So something in here, 81 to 75-ish, if you were looking kind of as a knife catch kind of trade. Not that I'm encouraging that, but that's where that would exist. Beautiful sell from the value area high. As we said, it's a better place to be looking for a short, and it's hard to go long here. We needed at least this type of pullback and then a strong reaction. If you're looking for a knife catch trade, it exists in this area, but realize you are vomiting down hard here. And at least we're coming into our halfback. We'll see if we get a defense here. None of this looks rosy and good as far as the techs are concerned. If you're waiting for a ladder back, we're just now entering into the first part of the trade, which is dropping into this zone. Now we have to pop out of this zone and ladder back with a vengeance. And this is a tricky area. Like I said, underneath here, the move could accelerate. So you want to, if you choose to go long at this knife catch area, you can't allow it to get much underneath here at all. Very rapid price action, guys. All right, let's see if this thing is going to have a reaction off the bottom of the strong level range. Or are we going downtown? Look at that big move. So underneath here, it probably accelerates. I guess it's a good thing we review the ranges and what trades to be looking for and what trades not to be looking for in this area. And that's part of being on the right side of price action. Is knowing where those things happen. I can't be short from up there. It's just not what I'm interested in doing. But if one could have gotten short, my goodness, what a payday. All right, so we have pushed beyond where we were looking for a reaction. So now if it got it over the strong range, I'd probably pay attention to that as a possible first long. But as we said, if it gets below here, it's probably going to accelerate. So you just stand down. You do nothing here. If you did take a knife catch there, well, the 81 offered the best. If you took a 75, you just had a 2 or 3 point stop loss. You're out. Small, little speculative knife catch trade. Now, if it reclaims these levels, it'll get interesting. Let's go to a 30-second chart here. I want to see this in a smaller context. And like I said, if it gets underneath here, it very well could accelerate. Yeah, it did bounce off 75, and you're right. You wouldn't have taken a loss. It went up 3 points. Yeah, thank you. I mean, it bounced off the 81 and 75, but obviously nothing. And then you just get out because we said if it gets underneath here, it's probably going to accelerate. And don't allow that to go against you underneath here. At this point, it needs to reclaim. If it's going to obviously go up, duh, sounds stupid to say that out loud. But a reclaim of the strong range would be a big win. How far did NQ? Look at that. NQ is almost, I told you, it gets underneath this half back. It should be an easy move down here. Now, for somebody with a different trading system, they could have jumped short and just crushed it today. But I'm not doing that. It's not repeatable. I don't trade well doing that stuff. All right, let's see if we can reclaim here. Let's see if this thing pushes here, does something like this. This would be a beautiful pullback to go get that all-time high. Needs to reclaim the strong range here. Needs to do it because NQ basically made it there. Doesn't actually have to grab it, and it may not actually grab it. Beautiful reaction here. Let me move this green box. We got the RTH half back. I can lower that. Okay, can we? Ideally, it would do this from here. That's what it would do. Beautiful. I am long. Bounced exactly where it needed to. Will it follow through? I wish I knew 100%. So I am long. Beautiful. That's what we do. Only under this circumstance would I be interested in the first ladder long, as we said. Now let's see if it'll continue its journey. Come on, you don't need to come back. You don't need to come back. You don't need to do it, buddy. Come on. Bounce here. Oh, I'm out at break even. It's not an area on the chart I'm willing to die on the hill of being long here, but it did what we wanted it to do. We said get up, come back to the bottom and bounced. It did that. Was it going to follow through? Well, obviously it didn't yet. Still an area one could be long if you wanted, but I don't like how it took back this fair value gap. I wanted that to stay open, and that's why I went long here, hoping that it would bounce up and then keep this fair value gap here, showing the beginning of a strong move back to the north. But I'm flat, so I got to wait for something new now. Wait for something new. NQ's almost filled the gap. These guys are kind of like holding out, waiting for NQ to turn around. That's what it feels to me. So we will continue to watch the price action. Maybe it'll do one more push down and then a rapid move back. We'll see how that might work. So it resets here. It took the low. So a ladder back resets here. I now need to see, like, this move was with a vengeance. This was a beautiful candle. And it did exactly what it was supposed to do. Just not enough buyers right there. But it bounced. Can't complain about that. NQ is almost taken back its single prints. Is that not wild? It's just, that's a monster move. And to know that you're entering the single prints where there's less friction here. There's less friction here. And that's the power of knowing where the single prints are. and understanding the nature of them. Is it's usually a pretty easy move to take them all back. Now I'll be looking for evidence of laddering back up to go get that all-time high. Beautiful pullback here. We'll see if we can get any sort of movement that would indicate a good turnaround here. At least we're getting movement here. This is nice. So I took one break-even trade. At one point, it was looking pretty good. It was up 5-6 points. I was like, yeah, get up there. All right, here we are attacking it again. Next attack is more likely to be the one that goes at this point. I am not afraid to long this again. Who's going to win this stronger?
No level, no trade, period. Make price come to you. No prediction trading. What are the break levels telling you?
Very nice. Nice. We're just all waiting for NQ to decide to turn around after crushing so many people. And then if it can reclaim this, that is going to be just like a slingshot. Beautiful pullback. Took all of yesterday back for the RTH. All right, so it came in here, it's buttering it up a little bit, buttering it up again. Let's see what it's going to do. Don't die on the hill here, no matter what. And if you're waiting for a second ladder, you are nowhere near an entry. You're nowhere near an entry. Man, look at NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Amazon. Just a big move there. You're waiting for a second ladder. There are no entries yet. We're still laddering down in the RTH session against the value area high. As we said 22 times, it's a better place to look for a short than a long. It's just that's not how I was going to trade this. Wanted to see price bounce into here and reclaim this with a vengeance. That did not happen. Took one micro trade in here for a break even. Now let's see what's going to transpire here. NQ has almost fully taken back its single prints. Will ES do the same thing? That is impressive, is it not? Now, if we reverse this back to the north, we will take out the all-time high today. And NQ did it. Took back the singles. My goodness. Now, if these two guys decide to vomit in, you better freaking watch out below. Come on, TradingView. Load up. So eyeballs will be watching for a reclaim here. If you were a little aggressive and you went short there, which was the speculator special. Reason why I hesitated with a short there is because NQ was entering into bounce levels, and I'm going to be more conservative. So let's. So the speculator special last night, which says I'll be watching the strong range at 77 to 75 carefully. A possible short here if we lose the strong range with a vengeance. Place your stop a comfortable distance above the strong range and be a risk manager. It's not financial advice. And remember the name of this trade, speculators. NQ now has taken back the entire set of single prints. I'd be very careful of shorting at this time, because certainly NQ is hitting a level that price would easily bounce back up, and no one would be shocked if that happened. Dow's being resilient up here in the upper distribution. If NQ turns around, that's probably the slingshot to the all-time high. We'll look for a reclaim here and reclaims here to come and target here. I don't know if that's going to happen. We wait till it does happen. All right, so let's see if this thing is going to reclaim the strong range. If it does, we will entertain it. If it doesn't, we'll wait. Beautiful. And then we'll go up there and grab that all-time high today. Hopefully. All right, so, you know, I look at this almost like an army, like it softened the target, and here we come at it again with a vengeance. Can we clear it? Come on, get up there. Got some pinto beans in the crock pot. I put it on last night. Cannot wait to have some eaten later. All right, can we reclaim this strong range? Get back over that half back. I'm giving it the odds that that's going to happen, but I can't prediction trade that. I got to wait till I get a level. What's going to happen? Ideally, it doesn't make a new low here. Pop into here, come back into anything in here as a possible first long. First, if you're waiting for a second ladder, you're not even close yet. Not even close yet. NQ certainly took back all those singles. What a big move down. Let's go take a peek at silver and Bitcoin out of curiosity. Nothing's happening there. NQ's the story today. I'm going to pop the top here. If price doesn't get under 65 or 66, this would possibly be considered the first ladder, okay? So if it popped up in and you wanted to take something against the strong range as a long, as a second ladder, that would make sense. But we can't make a new low. If we make a new low, it starts all over. So this is, if we can get up here, that will be classified to me as the first bounce. And then we'll go make a all-time high, hopefully.
Bigger picture, single prints, ranges.
I can't will it to happen, but it very well could. Got to get over this halfback. Really wanted to take it. Come on, push up. Nice battle here at the strong range. I can't be disappointed with that. We need a fair value gapping candle over it. So far, it's not wanting to do that. It just keeps kissing it, giving it a little peck on the cheek. All right, new low. It starts all over. And I'll wait for something new. Certainly still having evidence of laddering down in the RTH session. Bulls can't overtake anything yet. And to take back its single prints would take us down here to 41. Even if I'd have taken the speculator special on this first one here, that would have probably gotten me out. That would have probably gotten me out. That would have probably gotten me out. So I'm waiting for the turnaround long here. So far, everything is still pushing price down. Bulls can't overtake anything yet. It is not looking good for him. Match the low there.
Should I be trading? Am I biased? Am I following price or fighting price?
Right now, I feel like I'm fighting price, but no entry. So nothing to do but wait. Let's go take a peek at everybody else. NQ coming to its 2026 opening. My. All right, let me turn on. So Battle Plan 2 is the next one. Battle Plan 1 did not ladder back. Didn't give you an entry. So nothing there. Battle Plan 2 has us coming down into this area. Oh, come on. Take the prints. Come on. Come on. NQ is at its 2026 opening again. Now look at this. These guys haven't moved. These guys have not moved.
Stretch. Workout.
Still evidence of laddering down. Didn't take the single prints yet. Once again, we're looking for a reclaim of here to possibly entertain a long. We'll go to a 30-second chart here for a second. Okay, Brian. When does that expire, Brian? Because we're probably going to the all-time high today. When does that expire? Certainly, NQ making it back to this 2026 opening is very significant. If it gets underneath that, you're probably going to do just fine on that. Otherwise, I think it's going to make an all-time high today. But what do I know? So far, the Bears are in control. We have not had a second ladder long yet. The Bulls can't reclaim anything. Preferably the bulls would like to stay 64 or 62, not go any lower than that. 61 maybe. IB highs and lows here in a minute. .96% of the time, it takes out one of them. Are we taking bets? Which one? IB high or IB low? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Yeah, that's the good thing about those butterflies. And what do I know? We're laddering down. We were at the top of the value area high. We said if we get underneath the strong range, it's very possible it rotates back down to the value area low, because that's what we've done for 100 days. And the value area low puts you down there under, so what do I know? Right now, the bulls can't do jack. They really want to stay above 64 to 61 and reclaim the strong range. Can they do it? Any longs here are speculative. Know where you are comfortable being wrong. Trade smaller with a wider. If you are interested in a first ladder long, the 64 to 61
IB high, IB low.
The bulls really want to maintain. Here we are rotating through the bottom of the hour. And I do not mind trading longer today if we get a move. And we've had a pretty good move here. Got to reclaim the strong range. Safer bet is waiting for this to get reclaimed. Longs below here with the single prints here is tough, but NQ certainly had an amazing move. Resilient. If NQ turns around, that could be fun. I cannot say bears control. That is not what I'm saying. We have a vacuum of a set of single prints here. NQ filled them. ES hasn't quite filled them. We can't get a second ladder back long. Bears cannot create a backside in this move, but they don't really have to because of this vacuum of the single prints. So we'll wait to see what happens here. Laddering down appears to continue. The 64 to 61, I think they really want to defend. If we lose that, let's come on down. Let's go to the bull bear line. I'd love a deeper push down. See if we can reclaim this thing. All right, the 65 defended. Ideally, I think the bulls don't want to see below 61 here. If they lose it, let's come on down to the bull bear line and reset. Let's come over and check out. NQ is pushing back towards the 2026 Open. I went long 62. Stop is at break even. I'm not going to play around. I'm going to give it a first ladder opportunity here. And most likely it's not going to be the first ladder, but they needed to defend this level here. And I'm out. I gave them one little opportunity there. It seemed to be where they needed to defend. And if they end up defending it, no big deal. I'll get in on the next ladder. The fact we haven't taken the single prints makes it more of a risky first ladder because we haven't taken back the single prints yet. So I say let's go ahead and come down here to the bull bear. Give us battle plan 2 over here. Come on. Let's do it. It's awesome. The more it vomits, the better. So I'm real quick when I am counter to the move to take my break even. Don't care at all. That means nothing to me. And so I did give it a first ladder opportunity, but oh well. I've done 2 punches on my trade card today. Break even, one more, and I, just as a hard rule, I'm done. So I only got one more entry in me. So come on and push down to the bull bear line. The scary thing about that is NQ will be well under the 2026 opening price, which is not a good thing. And I wasn't willing to put my stop, in all honesty, below the low. It's not a trade area that I was willing to die on that hill. For me, it was a break even. It needed to go or get me out at break even. What do I care? Wait for the next trade. We are on a 1 minute chart. We still have some of the A period single prints to take back. Dow's not really wanting to come in, and Dow needs to come in, I think, for us to get there. So back to the drawing board. Needs to reclaim this, and I will go long again, or it needs to come here. And my preference would be it comes here, I think. But whatever it does, I don't care. We'll wait. Everything that can push price down is still pushing price down. The bulls can't break anything to the north yet. NQ attacked its 2026 opening price twice. Bounced twice. Absolutely nothing on a 3-minute chart. Price really needs to do something like this for me to get excited. Could you take a positional long? You know, I don't know, man. It didn't take back the entire set of single prints. Had it taken the entire set of single prints and we were battling, let's say, this strong level here, I'd probably take a positional long. But it's so hard to do that when you still got the single prints to deal with. If you're waiting for a second ladder, you've done nothing today. It's getting interesting, that's for sure. Let me go to a 30-second chart. I just want to see if there's a untested level. All right, back to watching. Starting to feel like we're about to get large white candles. Man your battle stations. See if we can get something.
No level, no trade, period. Make price come to you. No prediction trading. What are the break levels telling you?
Well, right now the bulls need to recapture something. Laddering down still continues. We got to break something, bulls, if you're going to get up or come further down. Most ugly down move from here. We love that. Give us that. Well, if you're going to push down, let's go to the bull bear. Let's do it. Laddering down continues. We want to break this. Bulls have yet to break anything. Is it the lingering set of single prints that hasn't been filled yet? Laddering down continues. See if it wants to go ahead and fill the single prints.
Bigger picture. Single prints. Ranges.
Let's go back to a 3-minute chart. Let's bring it back to home base. Absolutely no level development on a 3-minute. The laddering down obviously is continuing. Bulls have not broken anything. Really need to reclaim the strong range. Everything that can push price down is still pushing price down. Come on, push down. Feel we need a bigger, faster move down. Still got nothing. If you're waiting for a second ladder, you've done nothing. I've taken a couple first ladders for break even. Waiting for something juicy. Alrighty. All right, pushing out, seemingly to possibly break this tiny little trend line. It's just there for a visual reference of we need to break something. Very nice.
Stop trading in 10 minutes. Only trade your best trading hours. Take a break. Walk away. Be done. Be content. Adjust afternoon risk settings.
There's the big white candles. Jeez. Talk about straight up. Okay, bumping its head against the halfback again. So softened, 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 kind of softened. Now it's ramming through it. I prefer when it does like one or two softens and then the third one. You know, that's easier to trade. So nice move back up. Is the bottom of the strong range going to hold price up? Go back to a 3-minute chart. Did we leave anything? Ugh, not really. Not with a 2-candle clearance. All right, let's see if this 65 area is going to hold price up. And then we'll see what we can get. Beautiful push there. So if it pushed, let's say to here, and then went back up, we can consider that officially the first ladder. What a push. Up and down. Let's go to the essentials. We still can't freaking clear this. We come up and touch it and push back in. Come on, get up there. Or let's make a new low. Which one you want to do? Big 8-point candles. We had a 115-point candle here. We just can't develop any level. It all feels dangerous. Look at that. You're going to blow the top. Come on, pop it here. Rounding the top of the hour here. Man, so close to getting a little breakout here to the north. There we go.
Stretch. Workout. Get up.
All right. Pulled back in a little further than I wanted. But on this pullback, I did take a long, and stops now at break even. Let's see if this thing will explode to the push north here. When it breaks this with a vengeance, made it to the top and pulled back in, I definitely took a long, and now it needs to clear. It doesn't need to come back. If it comes back, I'll be out. I don't care. Nice, Pappy. Nice entry. I didn't think it would make it back to back testing the trend line. I didn't think it'd get that far. So I'm long, but it needs to stay above this strong range or I'm out. And that'll be it for me. Oh, you've been long that long? Yeah, man, with the single prints not fully taken, it was a little scary. I mean, because ideally you wanted to take back those set, but NQ did so. And look at the monster bounce after testing the 2026 opening twice. Bulls responded freaking once again exactly where they needed to respond, and so I was given the benefit of the doubt for the NQ turnaround for my entry. So if it gets under this strong range, I'm out. I'll be done. I don't want to trade anymore. It'll be my 3 punches of my trade card. Which kind of stinks because I knew I had one more trade in me. I was really hoping on this push here, it went down to here. But it just didn't. And when it exploded through there, I had to take it. But I'm out. Green day, tiny nothing. Green day, it's hard to even say that. Mostly it's a gray day. Oh well, man. Still, I think a great place to be long here. I've used up my trade card punches, so I'm out. But I believe, this is a great place to be long. Target the all-time high. This thing can pop it up. You'll have to hear me complain later. Unfortunately, it came back and took me where I had to stay green. Oh well. So if you got long, I hope it pops the top here and you guys crush it. Man, it had to come back into the range again. Ooh, price is being a little crazy here on the rollover at the top of the hour. May it not get under this strong range for you. Come on. Get up there. Pay the trader. Nothing super easy on this today. That's for sure. Well, it is very interesting to see what's going to happen. Do they go fill the single prints and then come back with a vengeance? So I'm going to watch longer. If something awesome happens, I will entertain the thought. Otherwise, this is basically where I wanted to be long. But boy, you're not getting the touch and go fair value gapping to the north move here. So if it pops up, it'll be begrudgingly so. And then it'll be such a big candle, it won't come back. You know, my problem here is this is not such the trade location I'm willing to die on the hill. It needs to perform perfectly when I enter. If it doesn't, I'd rather just be out. And ideally, I'd love it to come on down to the bull bear line. If it pushes down into battle plan 2, I will entertain another entry. Otherwise, I'm done playing with price here. I want it to go to a new section of the chart. Go to a new area, please. Well, I got to give props to this little strong range here. It's done pretty well of being an important level. Come on, make a new low. Vomit down, make a new low. Come on. Yeah, Darren, it's just too wacky here. I think we really need to come down here. We'll reattack it. So, whoops, sorry. Sorry, Zoomers. Come on. Let's get down here. Let's get to battle plan 2. That's what I'm waiting for. No more trades for me until we do that. But I'm going to watch longer if you want to hang out. Come on, get down there. As I said, I'm just done playing with here. If it pops and goes, oh well, I don't care. I'm done playing in this area. I want us to come to a new section of the chart. Just couldn't reclaim that. I certainly tried, but on a 3-minute candle, can you say we fair value gapped over that level? You can't. On a 1-minute chart, can we say we fair value gapped over the level? Maybe. Nothing beautiful. Wait for something new. It's actually where I like that saying. I need something new. I don't have to trade this area. Let's wait till we get to a new section of the chart. No, sir. I wish it'd go ahead and come on down. You talking about the bottom of battle plan 2? I wouldn't be afraid of it. But at this point, I've used 3 punches on my trade card, so probably not. I would want laddering. And at this moment, I am not disappointed for taking break even on those trades. Because we haven't taken the single prints yet. Real nervous of longing on the bottom side of the strong range. I really want to be longing on top. But we've been softening it really good. And if it pops it, it's going to be a great trade. I'm just not going to be in it. Yeah, I want some. Yeah, I think you're on the right. I think you're thinking the right thing too, Andrew. I think we need to do that at this point. That's how I see it. No, let's go to our home base chart for a sec. Let's go to 3-minute chart. Just absolutely nothing. And we can't reclaim the strong level with the vengeance. We need to make a new low. That's the way I see it. We need to make a new low. And if I'm going to allow myself an additional trade, it needs to be at a battle plan. Period. And if I don't get a trade, oh well. I'll be proud of my discipline. Sometimes that's all you get. You know, and I'm very happy with a couple things. One, we've been saying top of the value area high is where it's a better place to look for a short. It doesn't mean I need to go short. It's also the most difficult place to look for a long. That's why we were looking for battle plan 1 to get down into here and give us a ladder back. It didn't give us a ladder back. So now I need to be more disciplined and wait for battle plan 2. And as we said when we first got on Zoom, trade location is so key. There's probably no trade for me up here. I'm not going to go short 15 points in front of the all-time high. I'm just not going to do that. And I can't, and it's very difficult to want to go long at the top of value area high. So not a whole lot for me. I really tried though to be long here. Now you got POC down here. And you got the POC range. I'm just waiting for something new. I'll shut up. Yeah, and Andrew, that's why I was taking those longs, but I'll be quick on the gift to break even on them. So I'm happy with that. I am. You know, at that time, Dow was being very strong up here. NQ was hitting bounce areas, and it bounced. It just didn't continue. That's all we got was a bounce. You know, 2 of those trades, I was up 5 points. So it's not like they were losers and I just took the gift to break even. Both of them, 2 of them were up 5 points. The other one, I just decided to exit. I didn't like what price was doing. And for me personally, there's no way I'm trading multiple contracts at this trade location long. Sorry, just that's not going to be me. You can do it. Yeah. And I think that's wise. It stops the accumulation of negative emotions. Right? It really does. You know, like right now, let's just have this discussion real quick. Let's say, and you said, okay, I love that defense. I'm going to take a long at the bottom of the strong range. Okay. So let me be more specific. Shot up. First ladder. Cool. I want to be long here at the bottom of the strong range. Excellent. You can journal that. Makes complete sense. So what did price do? Price came here. It bounced 4 points. If you didn't take your gift to break even, what is price doing now? It's laddering against you. Like, this would be a not very smart place to say, I'm going to hold on. Once price went back under your entry and is now laddering the opposite direction, 10 out of 10 times, unless it's just the most amazing trade location you want to be long, you just have to exit. You just have to exit. Take the loss like a professional trader. The best loss was the break even. So it came in, it bounced up 4 points, it came back, and you go, oh well, because this isn't the most amazing trade location. And you want to be mindful of that as we've been talking. You know, in battle plan 1, I specifically said I have little to no interest in trading this. I could care less if I get an entry tomorrow too. It's the nature of the game. The time to be aggressive was yesterday at 4 o'clock in the morning. That time has passed, in my humble opinion, and I stay and I stay there. I took them small, quick. And you're not going to go against me, and you're especially not going to ladder against me. Because that's not here. This was our battle plan 1 rectangle. So any longs that I was doing here was early, and I know it was early. But the big lesson here, I just wanted to make sure I pointed out that if you took this long and you're frustrated and it came back and got you at break even, it doesn't matter, because now if you held on, you're holding on to a trade that is laddering against you. As I said, you just have to exit. As soon as you realize, holy cow, it's laddering against my position. You know, let's just say for a second you went long here and you said, I really want to be long, and it pushed down. Now it's coming back at you, and you still wanted to stay long. You've got to put your stop like 1 tick under that low, saying, okay, I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'm going to give it to you, but it's going to be a small stop here. It's not the end of the world. What would that's still 8 points. That's a pretty big stop, actually. It looked It didn't look that far. But in general, if I didn't take the gift to break even, I really wanted to be long, price pushed back up, my stop would be one tick underneath that, just structurally speaking. Does that make sense? Because as soon as it made a new low against you, which was right here, you have to realize it's laddering against me making new lows. I've got to get out. And you just hit exit. You don't pray. You don't add to your trade. You don't pray. You don't add to your trade. Well, you can pray, but you know what I mean. It's now proven it's laddering against you. So I think that's a good lesson for everybody. Or at least a good topic of discussion. All right, let's see if we can get down here to the bull bear line. Sometimes the prayer works. As soon as you start praying, you know you should have hit the exit button, don't you? As soon as you say, "Dear Heavenly Father." So that's one of the things you can look for. Does it start laddering against me? You do not want to be in a trade that is now laddering against your entry unless you are just so in love with that trade location. So let's say that was happening instead of right here near the value area high. That was happening with this strong range. Let's just use that as an example. Let's say that was happening right here. Well, you're against the value area low. You're against the expected range. Maybe you would be willing to take a not the most favorable price action here, right? That would make a little more sense. And if you look at the distance of between the value area high and value area low, let's draw this out. You're doing that in the upper 75%. No, thank you. No, thank you. If you're going long here, you are gift to break evening so fast, it'll make your head spin. But if you're doing that down here, you're going to be a little more generous with letting price action wiggle. I don't like wiggle up here long. Same thing if I was going short down here. Let me turn off the strong levels. So, value area high, value area low. If for some reason I was wanting to be short here, I'm not going to play the wiggle game. It's just not the right location. So I think that was profitable discussion. All right, so it made a new low, but barely. I don't trust white candles. I only trust laddering at this point. I don't trust up candles. I trust laddering. And we need to come down here. I'm going to watch for still a little bit longer. That little down move there, I was getting excited.
Stretch. Workout. Get up.
Now, let's talk about the scary scenario here. NQ loses its 2026 opening. Dow starts coming in. That is freaking watch out below. And basically it becomes stand down until you get laddering the opposite direction. Period. End of story. It's very close to feeling like watch out below. So although I'm looking for price to come here, I'm very cognizant that if price gets here, NQ is probably under its 2026 opening, going towards last week's low. Now, if we hit the bull bear line as NQ is hitting last week's low, that's kind of cool. Maybe Dow will be hitting the halfback, NQ will be hitting last week's low, and we're hitting our bull bear line. That would be cool. That would make sense to me. Do you agree with that? If you didn't watch my Short Sellers Anonymous video, please go watch it. Give me a little thumbs up on that. I thought it was pretty funny. My favorite part is where the head guy asked him, "Did you use a stop loss?" That is my favorite. Yeah, Liberation Day. And I wouldn't be shocked if we did the same thing. We need a nice pullback. We've made a marginal all-time high, a marginal all-time high, a marginal all-time high. It feels like we need a deeper pullback. Give me something 200-300 points. You know, one of the assignments I gave a week or so ago, where's the first untested daily level? The first untested daily level. Let me turn on my daily. That's not till 67.12. And 61.84. Like a long ways away before there is a daily level of significance, in my humble opinion. That doesn't mean there won't be 100 and 200 point rip roaring short covering rallies. It's never a straight line. All right, we're looking for here now. Battle Plan 1 did not give an entry. Any entry was an early entry. Ask me how I know. But one thing we try not to do is to hold on to a loser. Just get out. It either responds. How many times has your absolute best trades immediately worked? Like, those were your best trades and you knew it from the moment that you entered. It just happened. And the ones that fight and fight and fight and fight or fight are the ones usually not so good. So I want my trade to work out quickly. All right, come on down to the bull bear. NQ is back to battling its 2026 opening. That's scary. And Russ and Dow has a long ways it can drop. And under the bull bear line, under the 2026 opening, it is, you better be extremely careful longing. Where do the bulls regain control? Under the 2026 opening, in my opinion, or under the bull bear line, you pick. An undervalue area low, it is watch out. Just get out of the way. My eyeballs would probably come down here to 67 somewhere. We don't need to trade every move. One move that goes 100 points, makes your week. Oh, let's go back real quick. So we talked about Battle Plan 3 that was here, that if you could have held overnight, either take your 100-pointer or move your stop behind the strong range and your halfback. Well, it would have gotten you out. Cool, you're out. No big deal. It was the right place to try to hold on to that long with the all-time high only 15 points away. To me, that would have been worth it. Man, it certainly seemed like at the opening, Dow was going to grab that all-time high. And boy, if we'd have hit 50,000 and we would have taken our all-time high and we got a reversal short, I would have been in that all day long. That's not what happened. All right. Come on down, baby. Come on down. So at this point, the person who took that long, they didn't take their gift to break even and allow this thing to ladder against them, are in stupid pain for no reason. $6 would have been there. Oof, yeah. I don't think anybody would do that, but what do I know? I've done stupider things. Not if you've been in our group more than a month. You're not doing that. Hopefully. This price action feels nearly impossible to trade. I think we got to make a new low. Now, every little bit we push down, when we break this, it's going to be a big move. So if I was continually trading today, and if this thing pushed down, and I couldn't get an entry, but when we clear this, this is probably going to be a fantastic move. Okay, so we took our IB low, but we have not taken back the single prints yet. NQ is bouncing again off of the 2026 opening. I told you these yearly opening levels are going to be important. Just like the opening price of an RTH session, they're important. All right, we made a new high, a new low. So, you know, could we watch for evidence of laddering back? Sure. At this point, if the bulls are going to do something, it doesn't want to go below 55. The laddering down is continuing. We have not made it down into our box yet. I'll do a 30-second chart for a second. All right, if the bulls are going to do anything, they want to stay above 55 here, in my opinion. We're laddering down. There's no life. There's no heartbeat for the bulls yet. So it bounced off the 55. Will it continue its journey or come on down to our bull bear? Of course, I prefer it to come on down to the bull bear, but if it bounced off that and made a new high and started laddering, we would start paying attention to that. Come on down, baby girl. Come on down. Get down here. Let's do something awesome. Or in the Lonesome Dove, get down there. Come on. Mm-hmm. Patience is starting to get tiresome. Come on. So at least see what you do when you get down there. I mean, there doesn't really seem to be any sellers. It's just there's no buyers either yet. It's not at a price where the buyers are reacting. So they ain't scared. At this point, we're basically having an inside day. I can envision that's where we stay. But look where we are. If you even just look at the last several days, we're in the middle of all of this meat. Very difficult. So at least if we can get down here to the bull bear line, we're kind of getting to the edge of all of this. So that's what I'm waiting for. So Battle Plan 1 did not offer an entry. I tried a couple times early. Early rarely works. Now I'm waiting for Battle Plan 2. Oh, come on, do something. Oh, come on, do something. Waiting for price to drop down into our box. Have a snappy ladder back price action. Waiting for price to drop down into our box. Have a snappy ladder back price action. And we wait. Patience, patience. Young grasshopper. My goodness. NQ took back those set of single prints so easily, and we just can't seem to get there. And I think mainly because NQ keeps bouncing off the 2026 open price. Just can't get under it yet. The scary part will be if it does. And Dow pulls in with it. We're going with it. So be careful. So we are in a position where it seems like watch out below. You know, this trade was mapped out almost 20 hours ago. But this is where I would be interested in engaging in price if it gives me the setup. If it doesn't give me the setup, we'll look further down the chart. Come on, push down. Let's see what you're going to do. NQ is back to challenging the 2026 opening. As we said earlier, if NQ could get to last week's low, Dow to the halfback, and we get to the bull bear line all pretty simultaneously, that might offer something. Certainly no easy trades today. And after a large expansive day yesterday, I said absolutely nothing here. Any trade is low probability. We needed the other day of sideways chop to build some structure, or a nice vomit, I guess. So we went from strong level to strong range, and now we've left the strong range and went to the next strong level. We need to push down here, in my opinion. Nice bounce off the strong level. So Dow is taking its overnight low. Once again, NQ defending the 2026 opening. I have no interest in anything right here. Back to challenging the 2026 opening on NQ. Looks like Dow's continuing its push down on the verge of watch out below. Now I know why I quit trading when I typically quit trading. You gotta have some stamina to watch this long. Zero volatility. We'll see if we get some when we get down into this green box. And if there's going to be no news releases this week, who knows? New low, new low. So we'll see if NQ can get to last week's low. Dow to the half back. Us to the bull bear. It'll be interesting to see what happens if those three things collide at the same location at the same time. Well, not the same location, you know what I mean. Hmm. There we go. A little bit of a move. So NQ is losing its 2026 opening, barreling towards its weekly low. Dow is headed towards the half back. We're coming into the bull bear line here. Nice bounce here. Got a strong range. Remove that middle line. Oh, I did not mean to move that. There we go. Come on down into the box. Very nice. I assume this is a 15-point candle. We'll see. Yep, 15-point candle. Drop it into battle plan 2 zone. A little bit more for NQ and Dow to hit possible bounce levels. Same with us. All right, we took back the single prints finally. One thing I see on the news front is about Iran wanting to change the talks or something. And then according to the Wall Street Journal, Iranian forces attempted to board a U.S. tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, I don't think that. But Iran wants to change the venue and the format of the nuclear talks. Cool. So we're kind of eyeballing for Dow to hit the half back and NQ to hit last week's low. Really close to the bull bear line. Strong range having a little bit of an effect here. Let's take a peek at silver and Bitcoin. Silver with a down move today, Bitcoin with a down move. Nice, Brian. Hey, money, honey. If we can get under the 2026 opening price, well, that's basically where your strike was. So if we could have reclaimed this, I would have bet we would have made an all-time high. We couldn't freaking do it. So here we are. Once again, the value area highs, when they're significant, that usually is a great place to look for a short, but I can't short there and I can't long in the top. I tried a couple times here to nothing. Now we're waiting for battle plan 2, see if that develops. If not, continue waiting. All right, we've made it into the box, so I'll keep watching. Look, I was about to get off. I was like, as soon as I get off, it'll drop. Do not trust up candles. Trust laddering. Dow made it to its halfback. Nice, Darren. With the big magnet of the filling the single prints, not the easiest price action to trade. I mean, on a global perspective, we saw it well. We know we're at the value area high. It's better to look for a short than a long. No real way for me to get short. It made it to target. Now we'll see what happens. Oh, I'm so sorry. Only Russell made it to the halfback. I said that wrong. Dow has not made it to halfback. Well, we got a skeleton crew in here now, don't we? All right, so we made it down into the box. I do not trust up candles. I only trust laddering at this point. I believe NQ needs to get to last week's low. Dow needs to get at least to the half back. Maybe there'll be a unison for possible reversal trade, but if not, who cares? No big deal. But we're certainly dropped into an area of interest. If price behaves, great. If it doesn't, I don't care. We'll wait for the next opportunity. U.S. Navy has shot down an Iranian drone as it approached the USS Abraham Lincoln. It's the only thing we trade, my friend. That's what we specialize in. So we're looking for price to drop down into this green area. Our battle plan, we map out up to 5 or 6 trades a night of where we're interested in engaging a price, sometimes 1 or 2. And rare times 0. So we're looking to see if we can drop down into this box, reclaim this strong level. I was kind of hoping we'd push down to the bull bear line as NQ was hitting its weekly low and Dow was hitting the half back. All right, let's see if we can reclaim this strong level with a vengeance is what I would require. So far, the bulls haven't done jack today. Nothing. Certainly still evidence of laddering down. Basically this, right? We'll drop to 1 minute. All right, we'll see if it wants to bounce off about this 43 and reattack. Nice bounce off the strong range here. Let's see if it'll bounce here and go up. Doesn't mean to take a trade here. But it back tested the strong level. And if there's going to be a strong move back up, it would seem like that would be as far low as it wants to go. But then again, I'd love it to go on down further and give us even a stronger reaction. Because at this point, when I'm looking at this, do I see a fair value gapping move back up? No. So far, still a weak response from the bulls. But if it holds up there and reclaims the strong level, could be something interesting. That is not a ladder back move with a vengeance, the words that we like to use. So let's come on down a little bit more, please. One, two, three, four, five. All right, let's come on down to the bull bear line, please. So if maybe we can push down into here, into the bottom of the level, and then have a very strong move back to the top, as battle plan number 2 indicates here. Man your battle stations. Man your battle stations. All right, come on down to the bull bear line. NQ headed to last week's low. Dow was headed to the halfback. Then we'd look for a reaction with a vengeance. Now, one of the things I noted in Battle Plan 2 last night, below here, it could be watch out below. Below here, it could be watch out below. Careful. I would be pretty happy taking this trade if it gives it to us. We would want to target the all-time high if we're given this trade. Battle Plan 1 last night, I said, I have little interest in this trade. Could care less. But Battle Plan 2, I'm interested. This is where the bulls need to respond. So that was for Battle Plan number 2, looking for us to drop into here, ladder back above this strong level here, as mapped. Laddering down continues. Where we're wanting to go. And see if the bulls put up a defense. If not, stand down. So if you're short from above, coming into the bull bear would be a great place to TP. If we get under the bull bear and under the opening, you can always re-engage in price. But it's certainly a place where people would be interested, the bulls would be interested in going. So as we said in the opening this morning, we were up here by the value area high. It's a better place to look for for a short than a long. It's very difficult to want to go long here, and it's hard to go short when you're 15 points from the all-time high. I pushed it in. As we said, it's a better place to look for a short than a long. If you chose to trade that, now we're coming into the bull bear line. Below there, seems like we would target the value area low. So we are now in the middle of the middle of the middle, Kevin, is where I'm going with that. It doesn't go bull bear ever. It goes bull, balance, bull. We are entering into the balance area of the move. And that's why I said if you were short, this is where I would consider taking your profit. And this is where the bulls would need to respond. The last place I would be interested in shorting is where the bulls need to respond. Now, what do I know? We could vomit 300 more points today. I don't know what the result is. I just know where I'm at and how I should trade based upon where I'm at. Such as knowing we were here, it's a better place to look for a short than a long. Doesn't mean I need to be short. But now we're coming into the middle of the middle. So I certainly wouldn't be looking to go short here. To me, that trade is played unless we take out the 2026 opening price. And then I'm still not sure I want to get short going into the value area low, where it's better to look for a long than a short. Does that make sense, Kevin? You can disagree. It's okay. We can all look at the chart differently. I just believe trading the way we trade in the trade locations puts us on the right side of price action more times than not. All right, here we are coming into the bull bear line. All right. Dow is at the halfback. NQ is at the weekly low. Now we'll see if we get a reaction off this area. Does not necessarily mean a turnaround long, but we are in the middle of the range. We're at the bull bear line. We are where the bulls really do want to start responding. Well, I wasn't up at 2 a.m. yesterday to take that long. I don't think you were either. Beautiful thing is it did it. The battle plan specifically remarked all entries are low quality today. The first trade I said I was interested in is where we're at right now. We've retraced 100 points before I was interested in a trade. We're here. We also typically with 90-something-5% accuracy, when we go down, we typically go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 7 strong levels. 5 to 7 strong levels tends to be how far price goes on a down move. Are there days it goes more? Yes. But typically 5 to 7 strong levels is about where price tends to go. And if I'm not short on the second or third ladder on a short, I could care less. I'll sit back and wait all day long for my turnaround trade at locations I'm interested in. So NQ made it to the weekly low. Dow made it to the halfback. This is where we are expecting a reaction. We'll see if the bulls come out or if the bulls are night-night. So this would be the, somewhere in here is the first place that we could get a move. And since we've softened this, it's very possible the first time through it rips it, or you get another little bounce and then it rips it over. If they're going to go up, we might keep vomiting. What do I know? What do I know? This is just an area we are looking for there to be a reaction. And it makes 100% sense. NQ is hitting last week's low. So it took it, it looks like. Dow is at the halfback, a historical nice bounce location, but it also has a big set of single prints here that it could just rip through and take. And if that happens, it is watch out below. That was the second part of this. Below here, it could be watch out below. Careful. So this is an area of high polarity. Which way is this thing going to go? We are in New York lunchtime, where manipulation is the name of the game, baby. Look at that on NQ. Very strong. So, no knife catching. We want to ladder. We don't trust white candles. We trust laddering. We trust structure. That is the way to trade this now. The bulls need to respond. If they don't respond, we have no trade. We're not going long hoping they respond. We're only going to go long when they respond. So we're here. We are now made it to the bull bear line. Will they respond? The next big area is here, and that's monster. NQ is now firmly under its 2026 opening with 1, 2, 3, 4 defenses. For 2 hours, it defended it, and now it lost it. So we're at the scary part of the chart here. If you are trading the apex of this chart, just choose a very small entry. Choose a stop below the bull bear line you feel comfortable with. If you're choosing to trade the apex, which is the most dangerous part to trade. Certainly high risk, high reward. If you do that, just know where you're wrong. See if the bulls are going to respond here. So far, it is not impressive. They haven't done anything. So 2 things about the levels real quick. So you have, let me turn off the strong levels. You have an RTH low here, not tested in the RTH session. So I made sure I noted it that way, that the RTH has not tested that low yet. And the same thing with this RTH low, has not tested this low yet. And then we have the weekly low right here. No ladder back, no entry. Oh, come on. killing me, Smalls. So we're going to call this Asia overnight low. And at this point, we can go ahead and mark it as weekly low. So this doesn't give me a trade here that it's an RTH low, not tested in an RTH, but I wanted to know where that was. And the easy way to note that is that way. All right, let's bring back on the strong levels. All right, pushing the edge of that bull bear line for certain. No ladder back, no entry. No ladder back, no entry. We are in sell mode where the bulls cannot reclaim anything. As we said here, do not get excited by up candles. We get excited by structure. No knife catching. Bulls need to get above, and more than likely the path now would look something more like this if they were to do it. At this point, the bulls can't do jack. Make them prove it to you. Make them make you trade. Make them make you trade. Beautiful move down, but honestly, for me, there was no way to get short. I did say in the battle plan that if we took this out with a vengeance, I would be interested in a short, but it didn't take it out with a vengeance, so I was not interested in shorting that. Had I shorted that, I would have done nothing but a break even, because it did not do this type of move through it. I wanted it to take it out with a vengeance. So that didn't happen, but this is where we were looking to get short according to the battle plan, right? That was for battle plan. No, that was the speculator special. The speculator special said, if we take this out with a vengeance, I would be very interested in a short, which was the right play. It just didn't behave in a manner to get me in the trade. So my only satisfaction is, I guess, seeing the chart accurately, which sometimes that's all you get. Because this is where we wanted price to ladder back. Are we ladder backing? Nope. No trade. No trade. No trade. So let's go look. Dow is pushing it half back without much of a reaction. NQ is under its weekly low here. Will there be a reaction? Well, prove it to me. Dang it, prove it to me. I want to see a fair value gapping candle over this, and it doesn't get back under the bull bear line. Let's see if we can get that. Go to 1 minute chart. See if we can get a fair value gapping candle up here. Close somewhere up here. And give an opportunity here, not getting under the bull bear line. We'll see. Can it even do it? That would be a first ladder. That's the dangerous place to trade. The out is pretty obvious though. So we'll see what happens here. Come on, push somewhere up in here. Push somewhere up in here. Give us a close. And then try the bull bear one more time and get a bounce. Let's see what happens. Let's watch. Remember, we are in the middle of multiple days of ranges. We're in the middle. If the bulls are going to respond, I think it would be somewhere in this area for battle plan 2. We shall see. This is where we would expect the bulls to come alive. If it comes back and tests the bull bear line, I would like it to not go any lower than that. But I don't control that, of course. Nice reaction here. This would be an opportunity for a first ladder long. If a person was interested in a first ladder long when we've been vomiting down, but we are at an area we're expecting the bulls to come alive. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Safer trade is to wait for confirmation of laddering. Okay. Like to see something to end here, something like this. Ten minutes to the top of the hour. Certainly not fair value gapping to the north here yet. There we go. So we'd like to, oops. Something like this would not be a shock. All right, if you took that first ladder, be protective, expect double and triple taps because bulls have not regained control yet. Only made it basically to the strong level before pulling back in. I was hoping it pushed more, but that's not what happened. All right, coming back and testing the bull bear line. Let's see if that holds price up. This would be an official first ladder if it bounces. If you're waiting for a second ladder, you are not even close to a trade yet. Dow is pushing more through its half back. I was hoping to see that it had bounced back up, but it did not. In fact, it's pushing down more. We're waiting for laddering. And it is under the bull bear line, not what we wanted. So back to the drawing board for laddering. Although one could say if it bounces off the low there, if it bounced off there and got back above, you could still say that was a first bounce. But it's got to get back above the strong here and then give something. So we'll see if it does that. We're waiting for laddering. Laddering. I cannot express to you the level of importance that is at this level. And let's just zoom out, because I've said it a couple times, but let's just zoom out for a second. Where are we? We're here. So certainly on the edge of all of this chop. So if they're going to respond, this seems like a perfect place for price to respond. Below here, it gets scary. And that's why I said below here, it's watch out below. 100% watch out below. You get a bell-to-bell sell day once every 10 days. Maybe that is this day. And it's a bell-to-bell sell day. But I'm looking for evidence for a reason for me to get long. Because this is the area to look for that, in my opinion. Below here, we stand down. No laddering yet. So this bull bear line is going to be very important, which it is. Come on, big white candle, big white candle. Who's going to win the bull bear line? My goodness. Bulls can't fair value gap anything. Neither of these moves did you have a fair value gapping candle. So remember, below here, it is watch out below. Feels very much like the bull's last chance here. So remember how earlier we were talking about this probably is not a place to take all the back and forth and like, oh my gosh, I got to stay long. I got to stay long. This isn't the trade location to do that. This is getting more in that trade location to where if you were going to take some back and forth to try and stay directionally long here, this is where they need to defend. But below here, you can't stay long. You cannot stay long. Just hanging out here at the Bull Bear. What's going on? How y'all doing? We're just grazing in the pasture. Dow keeps pushing down. Look how close it was to hitting an all-time high. And then this. All right. Top of the hour. Laddering down continues. I would give this the dominant trend line that the bulls need to break. Battle at the bull bear line. If this thing could pop it, this might represent a good long because it'd be breaking the trend line. The bulls won the bull bear line. This would be the safer entry. If that's to happen, if we are to vomit, I will just close down my platform and probably call it. Let the cards fall where they may. As we said, if you were short from above, I think this is the place to take your TP. As I showed you on the 30-minute chart where we were. My goodness gracious. Oh, I like morning trading so much better. But if you're long, try to stay long. It gets under 18. I think it's stay out of the way. If we have a bell-to-bell sell day, that's the best thing that could happen today to get us ready for tomorrow. So just because it's a bell-to-bell sell day and you weren't in the short, it sets up amazing. So my goodness. All right, bulls, are you going to give it up? Because below here, I think it gets ugly. Spent about 30 minutes down here flirting with the bull bear line. go outside? Let me let my dog out. All right, tried a little micro dip. Now we're responding. See if it'll push through. Laddering down continues. It matched the low without making a new low, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. Zoom out a little bit. Beautiful. See if we can pop this. Beautiful. Excellent. So if you held on at the bull bear line, you're smiling all right. Come on, get up there. Actually, I'm going to take 2 off right there if that does that. Then I'm going to move this to a negative position. That's how I'm going to do that. All right. I was hoping to take one off at a 10 pointer. Give it another opportunity to here to get long if you wanted to get long on a first ladder against the bull bear line. I was hoping it didn't push back down on that, but it did. So I'm playing for a break-even trade is what I've got going on. Actually, it'll make money by 3 points, but oh well. All right, do your job, bull bear line. Do your job. If it gets me out, that'll be it for me. So I peeled 2 off at 3 points each and got my runner and I'm -3. So net 3 points. Man, for a second there, that looked like that was going to be the pop that took us up. Giving the bull bear line one more chance by having the lotto runner in a negative position. If it gets me out, oh well. I'm ready for a break. Or I'll take a break and let the stream keep going, and then I'll come back after a little break. Man, that looked like that was going to be good. Oh, well, I'm flat. I'm out. I'm done playing here. No more playing for me here. I now need to see a clear ladder. So I took the long there and I waited and waited and waited. I had an 18 stop on it. And when they gave me that pop, I had 3 contracts. I took 2 off at 3 points, 3 points, moved my lotto to -3. Give it every chance to come back and triple tap it again. But my goodness, look at this. Look how long we've hung here. So now I would really need clean laddering. Otherwise, I'm out. I don't care now. I really don't care. Oh, man. That was close. That seemed like the pop, didn't it? But it wasn't the laddering. It was at an area, as I said, first is this area. If you're going to be willing to take back and forth, it's at the bull bear line than it is here. So I'm flat. Where is the next battle plan trade? So next battle plan trade was this, where it came down to the strong level and had a bounce. Then it got back under the strong level and you look to go short. So that was battle plan 3. If you were interested in looking for an opportunity where to get short, why? Because we're getting under the bull bear line. And we'll at least target to here, in my opinion. But if it keeps going, it's going to target down here. So there's a very tricky location. But here we are in the middle. And I'm done. I'm not going to chase anymore. I'm like literally exhausted. Watching price action all day is really tiring. I don't normally do that. But wanted the bulls to respond here beautifully. Of course, I didn't take a loss. I actually made a profit. Small, nothing to write home to mom about. But great management. I'm not upset. They didn't ladder back. So now it's kind of watch out below. And a person could have also, they like love battle plan 3, has stayed short there. But I just couldn't. I just can't do that right there. Look at that. Freaking beautiful. Watch out below. But that's my opinion. We're in the middle. If we lose this, we're probably going to have a good move down. And we're having a good move down. I gave the option for that trade if a person really wanted it. It's not my style necessarily. So I'm not in it. But If you took the short with the back and forth, you're a little braver than me. If you were short from up here, I still recommend a TP here. And if a person was really aggressive and goes, man, this thing's going down, you could have added to your trade if you're willing to take 30 minutes of back and forth, but not my style. Dude, Brian, is Brian still in here? Yeah. Or was it Darren with the butterfly? What'd y'all have? I forget. Brian. Brian had the butterfly. Almost to your 6,900, dude. I think you made the right decision, though, getting out at 100% profit. All right, let's watch to see what happens. For me to trade now, it's got to be something amazing. Wow. NQ really pushed well under the 2026 opening. Its weekly low, it just paused. That's why we were pausing. But now, phew. So today, my trading was break even, break even, break even. That's okay. That would have been a loss. Didn't take it. If we reclaim this bull bear with a strong and bounce, I'll try to wait to the next bounce. If it does that, we could be headed all the way down. Don't trust white candles, trust structure. The structure right now is still down. Longs are difficult. And we might have one of those 10% vomit days from bell to bell. Bulls can't recover anything. Bulls can't recover anything. Now, if you were really wanting to consider long, require it to break this trend line. Like, really break it. Like a full candle over it. That would at least break something. If you're short here, try to stay freaking short. The notes were very clear. Watch out below here. They tried, they gave it up. Initiating a new short at this spot on the chart is difficult. But that's where we mapped it out. Hold on, jeez. No. Because if you just look at this area here, it's tough to want to be short here. But also, if that's where the bulls lose it, the move can be really dramatically disgusting to the downside. That's why I said it's watch out below. I tried to trade where I thought the bulls would respond. They did not respond exactly where I was hoping they would. Now it's watch out below. Let's just watch what happens out of morbid curiosity. If you're short, try to stay short. If you're short, try to stay short. Tough to want to initiate shorts in the middle of the range. But we knew where to do it, and you have to know where you're wrong. I was curious if that was a 15-point candle down. It was 13. It was almost a 15-pointer. I'm very pleased with the strong levels. I mean, came here, paused, came back and bat touched, bounced off that, hung out at the bull bear line, which makes a lot of sense. Well, I am short 1 micro just to be with the battle plan. I shorted 18, 1 micro. It's not really my style to short here, but I'm going to follow what I was thinking last night. That below here, it's watch out below. My stop is at break even, so I don't really care. Looks like I'm the break even guy today. So if it goes back up, it'll get me out. I don't care, but it needs to push down now. If it goes back up and touches 18, I'm out. Like I tried. Come on. This is the ugliest freaking sell-off ever. This is so controlled. Like it's ridiculous. Sure, we had one 15-point candle, bought it right back and made a high. 15-point candle almost took it all back. Yeah, I'm short 1 micro. It almost got me out. Oh, okay, let's do it. Let's go for 1. Oh, well, I'm out. I'm not a shorter. I'm not one that's shorts every short I ever seen short. All right. If you want to reclaim the bull bear line, I'm in. This is what I like to trade. That was fun. Are you more nervous than longs or shorts? I'm always more nervous than shorts. All right, let's see if this thing wants to reclaim the bull bear line. If it keeps vomiting, I got nothing. I'll just watch. I tried 1 short. All right, let's just bring it back to base here. 3-minute chart, strong levels. So ugly. $22 to $24. Wow, wouldn't it be amazing if we traversed all the way back down to the value area low today? What a move. I mean, from the overnight high, we have already moved 117 points. Wow. Battle Plan 3 long was here yesterday and just gave it back in a just strong. Wow. The evidence is we are continuing to laddering down. If you're going to go long, require it to break this trend line at minimum. We are now under the bull bear line. The warning is watch out below. And if you're short, I would target at least this. And if it rips that, the next target is here. I will just be watching and cheering you on. Oh my goodness. Man, I couldn't have kept me in my short. It had to come get me. Sorry, I am really tight on my shorts. I'm not joking. Anybody get short on that and stay short? Congrats. Under the opening. Well, only trade of 8 made money today. Brian, what would that fly be worth now? Maybe not much more. I don't know. Maybe. Man, that 10-day value area high proved to be a very key level, didn't it? Lost that, rotated back down to the middle, and now we're going to rotate back to the bottom. It's a real tough place to be short. All right, battle plan 3 was that short there. This long never activated. You couldn't get a ladder above the strong level. Any other longs were speculative on your part and a great trade location. I mean, it battled back and forth for how long again? 40 minutes. Yeah, not bad. It's not often I'll map out a short in this range. So if you're short, try to stay short just in case we rotate all the way to the bottom of the value area and the expected range. It's kind of weird that the one battle plan trade that's paying was a short. Break even is my name today. All right, let's zoom out. Let's look where we are again. It's important. So if we look at the last 2 weeks, we're to put in the middle. We're in the lower distribution. It's a harder place to be short. We mapped out one of them because I just thought that was a trade location. If we lost that, it was going to be watch out below. As it's coming down into here, you certainly should be looking for take profit, in my humble opinion. But what do I know? This could be a circuit breaker day and we go down 5-6%. What do I know? I don't know. All I can do is trade the candlesticks as they perform. As we confirmed this morning, the value area high was correct. Better place to look for short than a long. Hard to do that when you're 15 points from the all-time high. That turned out to be the right trade. As we talked about, trade location is critical. And now we're earning towards the bottom. Be very difficult to initiate a new short. Now you just want to follow your short and see what you can freaking get. So congrats if you held on to your short better than me. Jeez. You know, if I'd have been up 20 points, my stop would have been above here, but it was a break-even day for me. Not my favorite trade to take, even though I mapped it out, and I wasn't willing to take more than another break-even trade. So, but if I'd have been up 20 points or something today, I would have been a little more aggressive in my stop placement because of the potential for watch out below. If it makes it to value area low, I mean, shoot, it's freaking another 50 pointer. That's nice. My goodness, NQ, people who countered NQ today and got stubborn, like we talked about up here, which was probably the most valuable thing we talked about today. Other than it's better to look for shorts here, not longs. Looking for it to rotate back to the bottom of the range. I am not going to go through today's video and chop it up. I don't have it in me. But I can't believe we actually rotated back down. Whoa, Bitcoin. Whoa. Very nice. Bitcoin finally made it down to my bounce level there. And if you want to trade the micro Bitcoin, it's MBT. Not that I'm telling you to do that at all. MBT. Beautiful. Look at that bounce. Excellent. Excellent. All right, coming into the 2026 Open. I did not envision us getting down this far today. The Bulls did not defend. Well, they did defend. They just couldn't get anything done. We couldn't ladder. The ladder continued to the south. There was nothing there but speculative longs in a really good area. And as far as ES today, Battle Plan 3 was a short if it bounced first, which it did, and then it got back underneath. And if you're interested in a short, you could. I was focusing mainly on Battle Plan Trade 2. We didn't get anywhere near. Here, let me bring up the number 2, because the number 2 is where I recommend there to be the entry. Battle Plan 3 entries down here. Never got up there. So I've played this a couple times here in this area, but no pay dirt. No pay dirt. Some BT there. Silver. Silver did make a higher high and a higher low. I wonder where its POC is here. Exactly where it's at. I just can't believe the grind down here in ES. Just grindy, grindy, grindy. And we have now traversed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strong levels. 5 to 7 is usually all you get. It will be interesting. I've seen it go as many as 12. And I think that was on a vomit day. Because when it vomits, level schmevel. They could care less about your levels. And that's why laddering is the key. And if you waited for a second ladder long, you've traded nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And congrats. I'll take first ladder longs a lot. But I take a lot of break evens. It is a slow drip, Mr. James. Oh, you're not in here. He only trades the morning he's out. Which is mainly me, but it looked like we were going to a great area, so I wanted to trade it. Unfortunately, we didn't get the big turnaround long that we typically get. 1 out of 10 days is a sale day, and what you have to do is you can't let that hurt you. This was I might need to go find this part of our discussion here, because this was very, very valuable. All right, we've retested the 2026 opening price, having a little bounce off of it. Very pleased with the strong levels. You got to admit, that's pretty good. So we'll take that. But we are at 7 strong levels down. And retesting the 2026 opening again. Whew, man, it certainly feels like if we're going to have a down move this spring, it's going to be a monster. Look at that. That's so impressive to watch. So impressive. All right. So if you're short, try to stay short. Longs are now, because we're under the bull bear line and we're getting close to under the RTH open, longs are counter to today's move, as it has been all day. Have bulls gained control? We shall see where we finish. If we come back up to POC, which, where is POC? Let's find out. That's where I thought. If we make it back to POC, we're just back in balance, 100%. So if we start laddering back up, that's what I'm going to be looking for. So I'm going to leave that there. Yeah, my name today is Mr. Breakeven. Laddering down continues. So there we go. Mr. Break Even. That's going to be me. And my favorite part of this one is the calculator belt buckle. Come on. That's freaking cool. There's not many cool kids at school with a calculator belt buckle. Laddering down continues, my friends. Battle Plan 3 is the one who paid today. My goodness. Let's see if it can make it down to the next strong level. Actually, I don't even know if I need a review. Everybody was... I'm debating whether or not to even do a write-up tonight. Everybody was online. I mean, everybody was here. Well, I'm going to work on it while we sit here, guys. Because I don't have a dog in this hunt, so... All right, let's see if Battle Plan 3 makes it down to target. I'm just going to use where my entry was, 18. That'd be 30 points. Nice bounce. Yeah. It's like yesterday. Long. There's no way to get out of that long following our system. Same thing with that short. If you could have gotten short earlier, I don't believe you would have gotten out at all. You know, the first place we called short was the speculator special here was getting short underneath the strong range. It didn't really offer me an opportunity to want to do that. I was still giving the bulls the benefit of the doubt. And they battled. And so if you would have gotten short at the speculator special area, which is the strong range, and you could have held this, I couldn't. There's no way I know I couldn't. But we all have different appetites for risk. There's no way to have gotten out. I mean, just beautiful. Let's say you would have taken the bottom of that. I mean, you're up 75 points. Jeez. I can't complain about it. Throw the speculator special on here because I'm gonna make a screenshot for tonight's battle plan. So sorry, here I'll have to watch me do all this. I gotta work. So both rare day where both shorts would have paid. Rare day, but we did map out two of them, which is a rare occurrence as well. See if that thing makes it down to target. That'll be beautiful. And if this short makes it to that target there, that'll be 88 points. Geez. I still don't know who would have held that, but pleased with the mapping. Well, you know what? That's not true because I recommended you TP here. So that's a 40. And if you just said, forget you, I'm not getting out till the system gets me out, you're still short. But still not a bad place to have TP'd. You could never look back at that and go, that was a mistake. So nice trade, Darren, and nice patience in holding. See if it makes it to Battle Plan 3 target. And if you're looking to get long, you need to require this to break. Until it breaks it, I wouldn't even be entertaining the thought at this time. I tried to be early here for the break. Got a really good candle up 5, 6, 7 points. I forget. I had 3 contracts. I took 2 off and then it got me out. Now we wait. Did you order a mug? Oh, wow. I need to design more. I just hadn't had time. Let me see where they show me that happens. I'm curious. One product. I wonder how I know if anyone orders one. Huh. Overview. You ordered my mug out of curiosity? Maybe it hadn't shown up yet. That's fun. That's so cool. Thank you for telling me. Cool. We'll see how that works. Have you gotten confirmation it shipped or anything like that? One day I need to sit down and okay, let's do a blitz of all of our sayings. Okay, thank you. Went very smooth and got a good email. Thank you for telling me that. Well, fun. I'll look at that later. Honestly, it's not showing me. And maybe because it happened yesterday and they haven't shipped it, they don't consider it sold until it's shipped. I don't really know. Well, cool. Thank you for telling me that. That'll give me something to look at later tonight when I'm... Last night I was too tired to read, so I didn't read last night. All right. Well, the thing I'm most proud of today are two things. One, knowing we're at value area high, better look for a short than a long. Not to be longing up here. It's a very difficult place to long. Duh. Second thing is if we were looking for early longs here, you can't let it go against you, which we talked about in detail for sure. And then standing back until we reached our next battle plan area, which was here. For battle plan 2, it didn't get back above for our perfect injury, so certainly no trade. I was playing early here, made tiny, and then we got underneath. I did take a short, just didn't follow through for me. And hey, I think we saw it really, really well. I cannot be upset with that. I think I want to move this over here. Make this bigger. It's for the screenshot. I don't like that glow. Take the screenshot a different way. Come on, push on down. Push on down. Let's make it to target. Oh, thanks for that. That's cool. You're going to get it by Valentine's, buddy. There we go. Come on down to target, baby. Come on. I think the note on Battle Plan 2, watch out below Battle Plan 2 was well written, I guess. I don't know the right word. We'll take a peek at everybody else. Bring it on down, boys. Bring it on down. At this point, if I'd have been short from Battle Plan 3, I would certainly lock in a 10 pointer and go hands off. So at least a 10 pointer. Very nice. Come on, touch that line so I can screenshot. Very nice. Very nice. Cannot complain, can you? You know, yesterday's tip of the day was never short a short covering rally. Today's tip of the day would be, what should today's tip of the day be? Anybody? I'll reach out to the group. You too, YouTube. What should be the tip of the day today be? Set your stops and don't move them, and don't add to a losing trade. Did you do that today? Mark. You mean move them further away or don't move them at all? All right, we made it to target here. I want to screenshot this. Beautiful. All right, made it to target. There's your TP. You took either of those shorts and held, monster day. Well, I think my tip of the day is going to be what we talked about up here was never hold onto a trade when it is laddering against you beyond your entry. Let me know if that does not make sense. Never hold onto a trade when it is laddering against you beyond your entry. In other words, you did not take the gift to break even. All right. Never hold onto your trade when it is laddering against you beyond your entry. In other words, if you did not take the gift to break even and allowed the trade to go against you, once it starts laddering away from your position against you, you must exit. Might be better as a video. So, very nice. Let me turn this off. Don't need you. Although I'll probably use you for the AM briefing. Made it to target. Exit. Exit all, or click flat. As soon as you recognize it's laddering against you, you just got to get out. I mean, look how far it would have went against you in this case where we were talking about it up here. This thing went 90 points against you. not that you would have held all of that, but the hope would have, and then you get emotional and then you start being stupid and you start adding to your loser, right? All right. So we made it to target. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Number 4 was further down. So if we make new lows, we'll pay attention to that. Battle plan 3 reached target. Excellent. Could you still hold a short? Absolutely, you could. This is just where I believed price, if you were short, this would be where you would probably want to get out. Beautiful reaction here. Might have a possible first ladder. 92 to 88. If you're short, number one, I would have exited there, but if you were holding it, you do you. We haven't broken this trend line yet. So let's watch. Now see, these are some nice fair value gapping candles here. Still hasn't broken anything. Still hasn't broken anything, but beautiful reaction there. Perfect exit for a short. $15 points here on a rebound. Beautiful. So is it going to back test this 02 and continue its journey? Ideal, it wouldn't even come back down here. But you are against this trend line. Very difficult. Beautiful, 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 my friends. Beautiful. So ideally, we don't go back under this level. Ideally. Now this is the reaction. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. These slow controlled sell-offs eventually hit a level that is just goes nuts back to the top. Beautiful exit on that short. My goodness. Starting to challenge this trend line. Beautiful, Clark. Absolutely gorgeous. How beautiful do these strong levels play today? That's so nice. Go back to a 3-minute chart for a second. We get above that bull bear line, guys. First of all, no more shorting. We get above that bull bear line. And if we push back down into, if we push back down into this zone and you're wanting a first ladder long, feel free. And if we get back above here, game on. That would be a clear break of the trend line. Clear break. No more shorting. That trade is played out to perfection. Denoted here. Closer to 6,900, your entry is probably the greedier it'll be, but you may not get in the trade. May not get in the trade. So we made it down to our 7 strong levels, I believe, right? Let me go back and count because I want to make sure I'm speaking correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. And then a rapid ladder back out of, not ladder back, a bolt of fair value gapping candles to the north. And when these things reclaim strong levels, they're often great trades. When that happens, when we get 5, 6, 7 strong levels, I'm looking for that. I am looking for that. And as soon as we reclaim that strong level, I went long here at 02. Doesn't mean I was right, but we know our system. And so I went long at 02. I was hoping that it came back because I would have went bigger. But I only did 1 contract. So that's how I looked at that. And now I'll just keep it at my entry. There's no sense in trying to capture part of this move. I'm in a phenomenal trade location after a monster move down and waiting for a reversal back. And so if it gets me out of break even, I'm just Mr. Break Even today. I could capture 10 points here and be a happy boy, but I'm going to hold on. I'm going to hold on. Yeah, as soon as we cleared that strong level, after 8 strong levels traversing, which is pushing that envelope. No more shorting. Just in case I didn't say that 6 times already. Very nice. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Can't go too wrong with that. Okay, I don't need a 30-second chart anymore. Nice. Very nice. We do, if you're on YouTube, we do not trade all day every day. This is a very rare day. We were getting a really good move on, coming into some battle plan locations. And so decided to trade a little longer. It's early in the week, so I have more energy. By Thursday or Friday, I can't do this all day. It's just too exhausting. But on Monday or Tuesday, we get a good move. I don't mind trading longer for those who can hang out. Battle plan 3 short had us coming to here. As soon as we got the strong reversal candles there, I'm looking to get long. And doesn't mean you should have. But that's why we count those strong levels. Then you know, hey, we're about 7 strong levels out. We were actually 8. And boom, big reaction. Absolutely gorgeous. And if we make it back to POC that we talked about earlier, we're just in balance. We're just in balance. Let's see if POC is still up there. I assume it is, but what do I know? Go check it out. Yeah. Get up there. Get up there. Get back up over this bull bear. And here, targeting the POC. So we'll see. Who knows? This could be the high and we go make a new low. I don't know. Let's go to a 30-minute chart. Couple things to note. You got a set of singles here, set of singles here, and an A period set here. Let me put that in my single prints. Well, I'll do that in a minute. Because actually, I hope neither of these 2 bottom sets. I took back that set, right? Not yet. So the first great place of TP, let's say you had multiple contracts, would be at the single prints here. So if you had 3 contracts, TP, TP, keep 1 back. Does anybody notice anything else that I've had you mark in the battle plan as levels? Let me go through here. Make sure I'm doing. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. Friday's close. I don't think I care about that anymore. Making sure there's nothing else. Dang. Let's move these to single prints and VPOCs. Turn that off. That is correct. All right, so as we said, if you were long multiple contracts, you'd want to TP some as you come into the single prints there. Doesn't mean to go short. It just means that would be a great place to take some profit. So very nice. All right, as that thing comes back into here, if you want to take like a 6,900 long as a potential first ladder. What a nice sell there, huh? All right, if you got entry, cool. If you didn't, stand down. Ultimate goal is for it to come back to POC. Let's see if that happens. We just look at the chart like a pinball machine. Where's price going to bounce? And then you hold a runner in case it goes your direction. Now, ideally, as far as battle plan trades for tonight and tomorrow, I really don't want it to finish at POC. If we come up and finish at POC, you're going to hear me say once again, there are no high quality entries here. So that's how I see it. Your mileage may vary. Let's turn off these levels. Just let price do what price is going to do. What do we care? All right, let me get back to working on my battle plan. If you got entry on that, congratulations. It might have been scary watching that thing barrel at your face, but it did exactly what we outlined. If it comes back to the RTH open, I think you take that trade. It bounced right at the single prints where it needed to bounce, came back and gave another entry. And now if we can clear the bull bear line, we're probably going back to POC. But as far as getting trades for later, we would prefer it to stay down here, to be honest. But you know, at this point, we get above here, this would not be a shocker. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Well, a rare day where we watch price action all day. Nice, Pappy. And I know you TP'd and have a runner, so hopefully it'll pop up here. All right, every day stated. Everything stated above. We watched price action all day. What a rare day. Rare day indeed. Let's look at the chart through core strategy eyes. Oof. Well, you certainly got a backside short. For 40. And then man, I didn't get to participate in the shorts, but we mapped them out. Actually, I did take one short. It just unfortunately came back and got me. I guess they're trying to decide, do they want to stay above the yearly open or below? Got you out for 7 points. Nice. 7 points is 7 points. That's nice. All right. Battle plan 3 for 30 points. So look at 120. Man, what a wide range we've had this week. About monster trades. It's hard for me to define the number of points we earned on Zoom. I'm going to have to go with that. Core strategy. Come on, boys, get up there. They took back one set of single prints, and now they're just sitting on their hands. Get above that darn bull bear line. So NQ took out last week's low, just back tested last week's low and coming back in. That sucks. You were hoping that it got above last week's low. Well, that stinks. If I Mr. Break Even on this trade again, that's going to be my day. You know? It's a great place, though, to just hold, in my opinion. But I can't let it go against me. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. If you were brave enough to take it. Well, if they stay out here much longer, POC is going to move down. That's funny, Darren. Yeah. Or what about the Short Sellers Anonymous mug? SSA. Well, hopefully you don't mind me pecking away at my keyboard. I'm just working out the review portion of the battle plan. Won't be a video. I won't have time to do anything like that. I forgot to include this. I'm going to go ahead and back it up to where we hit our target. All right, turn that off. Turn that off. Man, price action died. I went ahead and exited my trade. I took 5 points just to ensure a green day. It is what it is. If I get another entry, I might take it. But I went ahead and just took my 5-pointer and calling it even there. Nothing wrong with that. Certainly didn't continue its ladder up. When it came back in and bounced, where we talked about going long, had it made another high, I would have held. But it didn't make another high. We're just hovering here. Probably it's going to pull POC down to here, which is fine. Let's see if POC has moved down. It has not. So I'm in a holding pattern now. So in other words, when this popped up and it came back to here, it needed to make a new high, and I would have held. But this hovering out, longs fill counter, I might as well go ahead and take my 5 points and just, hey, small green day is a small green day. If I'd have held my short better here, that would have been a 30-pointer. Now that would have made a day. I took the trade. Just because I was break even for the day, I didn't give it much room. So, right or wrong, I'm not perfect. Well, let's go take a peek at everybody else. And these two guys held up resiliently well inside of yesterday's range. NQ once again is the super weak guy. Got under the 2026 open, got under last week's low, and looks like it wants to continue the journey down. As mentioned in the battle plan last night, below battle plan 2 was watch out below. We'll see what happens. The battle at the 2026 open continues. All right, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. That's probably when I'll tap out, so I can focus on my voice and the battle plan. But I can't really complain. Can't say we weren't given opportunities for a trade. You had to be on the short side. The longs just did not pay today. Just because the shorts worked out, doesn't mean, we're going down hundreds of points today. This happens 1 out of 10 days. It's just part of the cycle. What you have to do on days like this is, if you're trading the long side at locations, like, think about it. We were battling this location and this location. Not a bad place to be. I'm trying to trade the possible reversal long. Not a bad place at all. We do it so many times. We know this is where it's likely to happen. This is where it's likely to happen. It just didn't happen. You can't let it hurt you. You can't let it ladder beyond your position. Period. End of story. As long as you took break evens, who cares? Who cares? And on almost every one of my trades today, I was up at least 5 points. Except one. Everything else was up at least 5 points. This one was up 15 points, I think. How much was this up? Maybe not 15 points. Let's see. How much was that up? I forget. Oh, it was up 15 points. Okay. And I ended up capturing 5. So a third of the move. Ideal scenario there is capturing half the move. So it's fine. It doesn't bother me. NQ, man, wants to make a new low. Wants to make a new low. Let's watch. Let me go to battle plan 4 here. Battle plan 4 has us coming down into here. I mean, that seems like a big move here for late in the day. Price getting excited there. 7 minutes before the top of the hour. So it would need to come further down for me to get excited, or reclaim the bull bear with a vengeance. Otherwise, I'll wait. This morning when we were trying here and we got here, I said, okay, I'm done trading till we get into battle plan 2 area, which was here. And then I'm done waiting till the short reaches its goal. And then it had a strong move and got part of it. You know, I only do that if I'm up 50, 60 points. If I'm up small, I don't hold. It's just not worth the risk for me. So if I'm up 50, 60 points, I'll hold through the maintenance period. I feel like that's enough cushion. You know, I'm much more likely to hold through the maintenance period if I'm long on this type of day and we finish up here. That makes a lot of sense to me. If I'm long even right here, I'm not sure I'm holding if we close here. But, you know, let's say I was up, let's say I made the 120 points here. Okay. Let's say I made the 120 points on that. Maybe I would hold if I was long here and we closed here, just because of how much I'm up for the week. But yeah, so those are a few permutations to think about, you know. And if it flies up from here, oh well, I didn't miss anything. I had to trade what was happening. Man. Sorry, you're entering the power hour here, the sour hour. Still needs to clear this. If it clears this, it very well could come. If POC is still up there, let's see. Still up there. With a nice pop like that, Darren, if that thing gets up there to the pocket, you could definitely hold. My opinion. Just my opinion. All right, guys, I think that's going to do it for me. I'm going to take a break and work on the battle plan for tonight. Thanks for trading with me, but I think I'm going to peace out.